Hey, wait. There I am. I was wondering where I went. Hello. Yay, this does work today. I probably should have checked that, but I set up rather quickly and decided to do this rather abruptly because Aya was having a significant amount of internet trouble, and since I was there on her stream, I made her the deal of, what if we let your soul rest and not suffer the blows from Elon's wicked satellite, and instead I will stream today. Aya, like many, is healed by perceiving sucro, so perhaps this will help. Also, I wanted to stream more than once this week, and it seemed like a good opportunity, I guess. I've stolen the stream from Aya, in a way. Also, I didn't want to... So, last time on Final Fantasy XIV, we got through the dungeon and the trial of 7.3, and then my power went out. Which also happened to Aya earlier today, incidentally. I had a power outage, and I didn't want to leave Wuklamat bleeding on the ground for too long, so I wanted to get back to streaming, hopefully this week. So, you know, let's go deal with that. Unfortunately, we have to stop listening to the Bomberman Hero soundtrack. But hello, everyone. Welcome. Sucro has fallen asleep on the floor. She missed the bed by a good margin, somehow. I'm not sure how she did this. But we probably should go, you know, deal with the story. I figure the way I've decided to prioritize things is catching up on the MSQ, so I figure if we complete 7.3, we'll probably just start 7.4. Did the cat thing of moving in her sleep start in the bed and end up there? That's probable. But yeah, I figure we'll finish up 7.3, and if we do that, since I think there's enough left of that, theoretically there could just be a really short stream, but I don't know. I think we'll just proceed into the next part of the story, and then I will do the side story type stuff later on. The music here is still somber and sad, more than usual because of people bleeding on the floor. So yeah, I think I have every one of my million programs open. This stream was kind of done a little more on the fly than usual. So anyway, I believe we had started this cutscene and then the power went out. So let's get back into the emotions of the moment if we can. Remove this large green chicken from the scene. All right. Ahem. She is yet to regain consciousness, but worry not, Lamachi will be fine. I've been in touch with Valcona, and he's made arrangements to convey her home, by which he means to come and fetch Lamachi himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abed. Oh, Wuklamat. Can't just help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. And once she had the barrier down, you saw to it that Calyx's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more, I pray. Smile, nod. No longer will Calyx dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. Smile, nod. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calyx came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, for where there are primals, the Asians are now far. Determined/angry expression. And we must consider those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. Did I miss a line? No. I shall wait here with our patient until Valcona arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shale en route and ask for an update in the situation on the city. Shall we make for the outskirts first, then? We can check on things there before heading into Everkeep. Nod. Now, one of the missing squares on the bingo, you may recall, is Asian. We've had Asians mentioned, but I don't feel like that's enough qualification for the bingo square yet. I expect I shan't be waiting long. After hearing of Lamachi's injuries, Kona sounded fit to launch himself here by siege engine. Oh dear. Yet. Yet is the key word. Worry not, Asian fans. I guess. It's funny, because I feel like there was a distinct mention of, like, when the Endwalker arc... More worry? Yeah, that's fair. I feel like when the last arc finished, they were like, we're done with the Asians, but maybe that's not the exact wording that they said. Yeah, you probably know what I'm talking about, or have thought about it. I don't know if we wait until the inevitable or if we say it now. Thank goodness, things are much calmer than I anticipated. By the way, hopefully all the audio is fine. I'm the sort of person who keeps, like, minutely adjusting her microphone to try and second guess if the position of it's fine. I've given Sphene an abridged explanation of primals and their enthralling influence. Too much detail would overwhelm her. I've given Sphene all of the volumes of the Encyclopedia Eorzea, available now. She is extremely overwhelmed. I was able to speak with Shale and Erenville. I'll share the news with everyone in just a moment. No signs of recent violence. Those soldiers have been behaving, at least. Sucro, everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seem untouched by trouble, as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? Deep breaths, Sphene. Erenville and Shale have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we feared, those who adopted the Neo-Regulators appear to have been enthralled. So far, however, they've not shown any hostility towards others. I suspect this was due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities, and I'm happy to report this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Raha, Kryl, would you be able to handle that? Certainly, we shall return to aid with the treatment efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look in on the people you fought so very hard to save? It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. If every person who was equipped with a Neo-Regulator was affected, then we have no less than 5,000 patients. Even with an army of trained mages, rehabilitation may take many moons. And yet, this is a best-case scenario. The fact that we even have the capability to exercise a primal's influence would have been unthinkable not so long ago. Some previous time in this past 1 year that the entire game has taken place in, we wouldn't have been able to do this. Let Raha and I brief the officials on what to expect. I think Sphene might like to have you nearby for a little while longer. It's never been easy for me to explain primal summoning to the layman in a clear, concise manner, but 'tis a skill I must hone if I'm to uphold the students of Baldessian's good name. Alright. How would you explain primal summoning to someone who wasn't in the know? It doesn't sound... Maybe it's because I'm not within the context of the world itself. Like, as an individual, I don't live in Final Fantasy XIV. But I feel like it wouldn't be that difficult to explain primal summoning to the layman. Like, I don't know how much is common knowledge in this world, but like, people probably know about crystals, and they probably know about magic to some degree. So you can tell them that primal summoning is a sort of magic event that happens when enough people share the same strong beliefs or desires or reverence for a specific thing that is fueled by crystals, and it creates an entity that can make people its servants. I feel like that's it. It also lets them know roughly how one does it. I mean, sure, if you provide them the explanation that like I just did, or a similar explanation, then it doesn't necessarily give them the ability to do it, because they need coordination and resources in order to summon a primal, right? Like, you can't just go like, bada bing, here's a guy, unless you're Greg. And then Greg only happens to be nearby a pile of guy-making objects, so, you know. I don't know, it doesn't sound that bad, like, to explain. Consider Tsukiyomi. Well, she was set up to become a primal by the machinations of Asahi, if I recall correctly. So there's still like planning and coordination involved there. Like, if you had to really abridge what primal summoning is, you could easily like leave out the details of like the crystal part. You can just say that when enough people are convinced strongly enough of an idea, or they want something enough, then yeah. And also Samantha's correct. It does feel like there are extra steps. Like, we saw in that previous cutscene, Calyx like drawing a whole little diagram and whatnot, and everyone's always like, who taught the secrets of summoning? So like, there are secrets. Allegedly, but like not always? I don't know. It is complicated, but I feel like explaining it to the average person in this world isn't that bad. I don't know. It's an interesting thing to think about, I think. Once I've had a look around, I'll go and assist with the treatment of the enthralled. We'll have to mobilize Angelo and all his siblings. Mayhap I will take you up on your suggestion, only I am concerned that given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Then why not speak with Mahaswa? I don't remember how to say these names, oh no. Mahaswa? I hope that's correct. She works at the fields, at Yupye's Halo, not far from here. As one of those who came to see you off before our clash with Calyx, she will surely be glad to know you are safe and sound. What an excellent idea. I think I shall do just that. Thank you, Kryl. I think maybe, like... I feel like maybe the way it's done is, rather than needing a specific way of summoning them, you need the faith or belief or, like, desire or whatever. You need the crystals or the ether in general. And then you need a ritual. Like, not a specific ritual, but there needs to be ritual involved or something approximating it. That's kind of the impression. Like, Gilgamesh is always going to be the outlier on how does primal summoning work because of his... But I think maybe he had the ritual of being in a comedy or something like that. I don't know. Erenville and Shale were both relieved to learn of our victory. I could practically hear the tension drain out of their voices, especially Shale's. She was quite worried for us. He's a planeswalker, that's true too. Sphne's identity will not remain a secret much longer. Her message touched the hearts of the people throughout the kingdom. Ah, so this is the place where Mahaswa works. Mahaswa? Back in Resolution, she seemed most interested to learn about me, yet I'd be glad to learn much more of them as well. Look who it is! Good to see you again, hale and hearty. Hale and healthy. I'm sorry we did not get word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us as such. The Neo-Regulator crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Apone was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him at a medical facility. You needn't worry. With proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. I sure am glad to hear that. I'd like to not lose any more friends, if it can be helped. I also hear that the Queen Sphene who tried enticing us to become endless turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? Yet, despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly. Nod. Then we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope, for me, and for everyone. Gasp. Now I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Apone and the others, and the outskirts need all the spare hands they can get. Is there anything I might do to help heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the Porxies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating Levin sickness as well. Wonderful! I shall petition Gossan to spread the word. And off she goes. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, 'twould seem. By the way, Sucro, Alphino told me that Kona arrived to escort Lamachit back to Tuliolo. Alphino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I had a mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Galulja? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom, determined to personally solve every problem. Last she heard, he was pitching in over at the Drift Towns with Aaronville. If you ask Tapu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in the general direction. Nod. Also, I've realized that I forgot to swap back to Paladin, which is what I was doing the story with. Not that it matters in this particular moment, probably, but you know. I'm realizing I forgot to do one thing. There are so many steps to setting up a stream.
Voice check.
Okay, Calico's functioning. Thank you, Calico. Sometimes you gotta check if your cat is functioning. A fortune. What'll it be? A blessing for you! Hooray!
To create music is to create joy.
That's true. Creating music is difficult, though. Out of all the creative skills, it's the one I feel like that I am the weakest at. Probably. I mean, I can make very specific kinds of music. Sometimes. Ah, I know that voice. And I'm happy, and happy I am to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Galulja, are you? He was here asking if we needed help with anything, or if we'd noticed anyone who'd been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment, and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he will heed my advice. I believe he ran off towards the ruins of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. Galulja is a precocious child, but a child nonetheless. He needs our guidance and support. I feel like it's very dangerous to be running around in an area like this. Sucro, oh, came in search of us, did you? You needn't have trekked all the way out here, but it is good to see you. Alize gave us the broad strokes, and Kona had some choice words as well. That's probably true. Howdy. I'm here now.
Welcome back.
Ah, this is a voice cutscene. Nod.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
Quite literally, yes. Shrug.
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do? I was useless, even with the king's authority.
Hey man, you like tried. You did what you could. That's the important part.
If I were strong, more people might still be alive.
Also, you're like 12 years old.
So weak.
Or like 2 years old. Or like 1 year old. You'll grow into your strength, or those who know weakness first often become the strongest. Sucro wisdom moments. Smile, nod. Aw. Nod. Final Fantasy
And
XIV
you have your whole life ahead of you.
is a prolonged video game about adopting children. In a sense. Not directly, not legally. But it becomes a game about... Well, for many characters, I feel like it becomes a game about being protective of many babies. Some of the babies would try to stab you for calling them a baby. It probably describes a lot of MMOs. I mean, I don't know how much MMO experience I have in general, but if I think of like the cast of, say, Guild Wars 2, I feel like there's a lot more adults in that, are generally more like they are your peers, with some exceptions. And I feel like in this game, like half the cast tends towards being probably younger than the player character, and half the cast tends towards probably being older than the player character. Granted, the player character has no set age, but I feel like there's also just a lot of themes of like older people like being protective of younger people and adopting them in a sense, like Thancred and whatnot, and Reen. There's a lot of characters in this game who make you go, if anything happens to them, I will kill I will die on the spot, apparently. I will protect everyone. That's the idea.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see.
And then there's also some MMOs where the player character is like barely relevant. Like, if I remember correctly, the general vibe of, say, World of Warcraft is that you're less important than the plot characters that are doing things next to you basically all of the time. I'm not 100% sure if that's true or not. Anyway, what are we doing? Where are we going? Ah, the classic swords on a cliff.
My father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
Gasp.
That's a big commitment.
Nod.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades.
All three of them? Or just like
That's the path
some
I've
of them?
decided on.
You gonna be a triple blade wielder?
Good for you, Galulja. I look forward to seeing your progress.
Best of luck, Galulja.
When I'm bigger and stronger, You'll spar with me, won't you?
Surprised nod? Suker had the expression of, I don't want to delete this baby, please help. Oh no. That seems dangerous. I'm a little concerned about that. It occurs to me also that with the issues I was having last time with my key bindings, no one did this, but I guess this also would not have worked. Yeah, okay, it does work now. It also occurs to me that this egg chamber background is extremely matching the aesthetic of this area. Wow. Yet to lift a blade and he wants to spar already. He is Gulujaja's grandson, alright. Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me and keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we've passed the milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I'd expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. I have no plans to move on just yet. One of the afflicted is an old friend, and I want to stay close while the treatments are ongoing. Otis's sword has seen better days, so I'll ask Enolt to fix it when I'm big enough to wield it. As for my father's weapons, they were found in the Sky Deep cenote. I wonder if he ever intended for me to have them. He really does want to wield all three blades, huh? I feel like that'd be quite difficult, especially since Otis's blade is like significantly larger than the other two. So it couldn't really be wielded as the third one, gripping it in his mouth or whatever. Or like his tail. I feel like that would throw off the balance. Not that I'm really an expert on three-weapon fighting. I don't know who could be. I forgot there was just an ether crystal ethernet shard over here. How are you doing, Melancholy? Well, Melancholy thinks Sucro is adorable, which is true. So I guess that's good. Oh, we had the same idea, I see. I thought it might be nice to catch up with our Oblivion friends before we delve into more serious matters with the city officials. Sucro. Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. There's the patch title. Oh, there's a song titled that. Apparently. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through much in these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for Oblivion and for myself. Time happens to everyone except for the player character. Efkiwa and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our promise has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Shrug. Ah, the preservation facility. That lab where they studied the key certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they fail to explain Calix's knowledge of primal summoning. Nod. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There's still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. Sucro's expressions are tougher to read with this hairstyle, covering her eyebrows. She just looked kind of grumpy there. In any case, I think it prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Nod. Right, I have a meeting with city officials to attend. It would be cruel to leave Raha to answer their barrage of questions alone. It would be funny though. I should return to work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data we pulled from Containment Complex 1029 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria in the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it's like to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you'd like. Say the word and I'll help you settle in. In order to progress, you must take a very specific nap. Yeah, confirmed. I was thinking that too. Confirmed time skip of some weeks. I mean, they could also just be saying, it'll take us some weeks to repair, but you'll be doing something instantaneously, so like, whatever. Ready for a cot and a fluffy pillow? It will likely be some time before the city returns to normal. You may choose to remain in the back room and watch over the proceedings. Oh, okay. No. That's very interesting. That's very much a disguised mini cutscenes situation. I don't think I noticed these people over here staring at the cube before. What do you think about all this, Gnolt? Made it back with all your bits intact, eh? Knew you was the one to watch the moment I set eyes on you. For me, there's all sorts of restoration work coming and won't be getting a proper snooze for the foreseeable future, I reckon. Alright, man. Anyway, Sucro take a nap for several weeks canon. Instead of simply non-canon. Oh, several weeks later. That's very interesting that they've suddenly decided to do this. Oh, is this going to be one of those high-budget cutscenes? I can already tell the animation budget is increasing.
What an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
They did this with they did this with a different 0.3 patch too, didn't they? Come to think of it. 0.3 is when they're like, okay, it's time to animate the shit out of Grahatia. Specifically.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events.
That's true.
The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
But it was actually 4 weeks.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading.
Nod. And then the Asians appeared.
Where was I? Ah, yes.
Maybe not.
The chaos which had gripped the kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more.
I wonder what material these chairs are made out of. They look vaguely like fabric, but also very shiny.
The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery.
Yeah, probably plastic.
Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away.
Oh, that's interesting.
Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso terminal.
Time to remember everyone who's ever
Acting on
died
this
at once.
discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants.
I hope they have therapists on hand for this.
This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
His tail wiggle.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Many people are nodding in this game.
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Yes, be safe. I'll see you soon.
Various cheering.
So sweet of
Hooray.
you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
Okay, they haven't, like... The animation budget is up for this cutscene, but not by as much as it was for that other point 3 cutscene. Yet. Something ridiculous could still happen. Meanwhile, a train. I feel like cutting from solution time to Shalani is a little bit of a brightness level flashbang.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives.
People have reclaimed their normal lives enough for Sucro to be able to eat a taco. Finally. Nod. She's thinking about the taco. Somehow she knows she'll be able to take on a new custom delivery questline that involves tacos. Oh yeah, remember all these guys? It's been a while.
Jar Jar United is nothing if not resilient.
I guess it makes sense to be going through all these places, because 7.3 is very much a, like, wrapping up Dawntrail, and then 7.4 is when we prepare for
A
Evercold.
sudden gust, often the bearer of challenging trials.
So this is like Epilogue 2, essentially. This makes sense. Wave to all the nice people we met along our way.
But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
I think I remember most of these characters.
Epilogue 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Especially Electric in this case. I have to assume that the orchestrion roll is for the song that is playing right now. Also. Okay, now we have a sillier song. Potentially. It's been a while since we checked in with these two as well.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel then.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenete.
Cenete? Not quite how it's usually enunciated.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the vow of reason. Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful.
Aw.
I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Expecting her to, like, leap out of a window any second now. Everyone just sort of shrugging at each other.
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is.
Didn't expect Mablu. But I guess we are reviewing everyone.
Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve.
And there's little reason she couldn't have. Is there something you wish to say?
I see, I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need...
Oh no. What are you plotting?
Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teaching similar to that of the Yokui.
Right. I need to do... At some point, there's Allied Society quests for, like, the Yakui that I haven't done. Also the Mamulja, I think.
Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now. Or be who we've become. We all have memories like that, I bet.
I feel like I don't have a whole lot to say during this extended scene, but it's just pleasant to visit all of the people and places we've gotten to know over the course of 7.0 and 7.x. Some part of me was really expecting...
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
Some part of me was really expecting that living memory would get restored for some reason. I am not entirely certain why that was the case. But, like, it felt possible, I suppose.
I can only agree, especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
That would kind of go against all of the themes that we've been exploring in this very cutscene about memory. To just have it suddenly fixed, instead of being like an architectural monument to the ideas we're talking about, essentially. By being a remnant of the past, of like a place that was built around memory. It just sort of being this way now is kind of thematically appropriate, I guess. If that makes sense.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes every day.
Well, if you want to take a screenshot, you better do New Game Plus about it.
Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
New Game Plus, in this case, also sort of weirdly reinforcing the metaphor in an abstract way. Already kind of an abstract metaphor, though metaphors usually are. But just like Ah, I wish it was the old way. I have to go through a lot of effort to go live in the past for a screenshot. No, you gotta move on. You gotta accept what's gone. Dawntrail. That's kind of part of the thesis of it, probably. I feel like if I spent a good deal of time, I could articulate that into a more refined and elaborate point.
On performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories.
Okay, it'll be really funny if living memory temporarily is restored right after I talked about that.
There
just
are 5
for this
terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene?
Yes, I can do that. Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Hello, Uklamat. You didn't quite leap out of a window.
Ramichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
Seems fair.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
She'll be fine. She can just activate bloodletting and cure all of her diseases immediately by hitting a dog that's evil or something. It has to be an evil dog. Or like a evil tree. Or like a leftover evil robot.
All right, everyone. Begin.
Do you think anyone's able to use the ether beam with their left hand? Or does it have to be the right hand? No, the point about the themes that I was making, you guys, come on. I was talking about this. No, my themes. I bet it was very funny to the knowers while I was saying that. It's not fully
Was the
working
sight
though.
we saw no more than a trick of the light.
I have to assume this is temporary.
Or was it a gift? The terminal's parting miracle?
This is just another part of the looking back on
But
memories.
those days are gone. We chose to
Yeah, there
move
you go.
forward.
There you go, Kryle. My themes are
We
still
hold
real.
fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Again, I hope they have therapists on hand for this. Yeah, that's about what I expected.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now. In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
They're all doing remarkably well, all things considered.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
Hey, this seems less
We were
temporary
only
than I
too
thought it would
happy
be
to
so
help.
far.
There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
So wait, it's not actually temporary, my themes? I mean, it's sort of like a mix.
What will you do now, Sven?
Fuck, my themes! I needed those.
Ah, yes. Well,
Man.
that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria.
I mean, it's sort of a mix between the original form and the second form, because it doesn't have the same sky, but But my
Those dear to me
themes!
laid down their lives for this nation in
My
bygone days,
themes!
and I fought
And none of the
alongside
people
new
here, that's true
comrades to
too.
defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me.
Oh well. It's still a nice moment.
So please,
Or like,
accept me as one of your citizens.
part of the nice moments.
That will not do.
What?
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Dawson, I hope you're not gonna be like, no, you're queen again.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
First you kill my themes and then you reinstate the monarchy? Cut it out.
Queen?
Cut it out, man.
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation.
All right, you're making her a figurehead. It's a little different.
Revised, such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I...
You're allowed to be a hater. I do feel the cowardice in this set of scenes. Like, I liked the nice moment of, like, going and revisiting places, but I imagine the things I'm objecting to with restoring living memory and putting Sphene back on the throne are the same sort of things that you object to, if I had to guess.
Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Galuja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
I liked the dungeon and the trial, and the scene after the trial, the cool action moments. I feel like there's some major flaws with the story, probably. But please, you may absolutely talk about what you don't like about this. You already know what to do, I guess. I don't know.
Yes. Yes, you're right.
Oh right, I forgot we had this.
For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept
Smile is back. Hello, Smile.
Reason.
We don't...
It's not an easy road.
Yeah,
We'll
alright.
walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this ending. Oh well.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Okay, so yeah, I guess it just looks like this now. Alright, it looks nice at like real nighttime instead of fake nighttime with the golden sky and whatnot. Visually, I see the appeal of restoring it. Thematically, not so much. Let's take a look around though. Just briefly, just briefly. The music is also back. The door to the dungeon looks less funny when it's not the only thing lit up anymore. And yeah, there's like no people anywhere because they were all endless, of course. In a way, that makes it lonelier. Yeah, honestly, somehow, with like nobody here, everything turned on, and the real night sky, it feels lonelier than it did when it was all shut down. But there is the sick... I forgot about the sick whale hologram. Maybe it was all worth it for the sick whale hologram. I don't know. I don't think the sick whale hologram was worth it, no matter how sick it is. Now, what I would do, if I were to insist on living memory being restored, is I would take like an Edda approach and have occasional flickers of ghosts that you just like barely see. They did that in the cutscene. If they're gonna do this, they might as well go all in, right? Maybe not. Maybe not. Could go either way. My lava magma. Yeah, like... I'm having a lot of mixed feelings about this. I'm gonna stick to my guns and say that, like, thematically, it absolutely would have been correct to let living memory stay gone. Visually speaking, it is very striking to have it back without the artificial sky. And like what the other thing I said, it does feel somehow lonelier this way in some ways. I don't know if I can articulate exactly why. It's just the impression that I get. It's a bit like Amarat, for sure. It's odd, overall. I'm inclined to say that this overall was probably not correct to do. So, I don't know if you can really say whether or not a piece of writing is correct or not, I suppose. I feel like it lessens the impact of things. I earnestly do kind of believe what I was beginning to, like, say and think about the themes that living memory embodies. I don't think I had thought about it exactly before. It just sort of occurred to me then. And then they immediately did this. It was funny. Anyway, what's everyone else have to say about this? We shall walk this difficult road together, as Val Wuklamat has assured us. This great nation is set to become an even greater one. How fortunate we are to be here and witness this turning point in its history. Galulja was also of the opinion that Sphene should become the Queen of Reason. He will be delighted to hear that she has accepted the role. I also don't agree with that part. So Sphene is to sit the throne once more. She may have questioned her claim, but Alexandria's citizens have made their feelings known. Partly because monarchy is not ideal, even in fantasy world. Two, like, who did you poll about this? Does everyone know that? I mean, I guess she did the speech, but I don't know. It seems like you're rushing to that conclusion. It seems like part of the whole deal with Alexandria and, like, the theme of moving on is they're supposed to, like, part of what they're moving on from was Sphene. And now we're just putting Sphene back, and we're putting living memory back. And everything is normal and status quo restored and so on. A new Alexandrian queen has risen. 'Tis an occasion worthy of grand celebration. If you say so, I freaking guess. Thank you for your kind encouragement, Sucro. I didn't have the option to say that we shouldn't reinstitute the monarchy. I was bound by cutscenes. Wuklamat is right. Ours will not be an easy road. But with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Tuliolel will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under Kona's nose like this time. The vows of resolve and reason will both come and we can discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin the journey home then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I would be present to offer them aid. Well, I believe this marks the end of my role as guide. I was intending to accompany Wuklamat back to Liolo. But what are your plans, Sucro? Didn't you have other matters yet to attend to in Alexandria? No, you need to stop by the palace first. Kona's been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us, or I'll never hear the end of it. Nod. Also, this whole time I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop with like the stinger for the Asian that I know exists because I took too long to play this part of the game. So, in addition to everything else going on and the processing thereof, I'm just waiting for wacky hijinks to like kick down the door. I don't know if there's gonna be wacky hijinks. I've seen a few things. I don't really know the context or the characterization thereof, but I expect some sort of whiplash, tonal or otherwise. Sucro, no one told me you were coming. I was here 1 second ago. The memory restoration went well, I am told. How long has it been since I last walked these streets? Maybe I spent too long in Solution 9, but the city seems livelier than it ever was. It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Lance Guard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying until Liolo a while. We believe in you, Goloja, and whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Yippee. Oh dear, our vow of reason is out of sorts. Grumpy Kona. Can you blame me? Lama Chi, you were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you would study the way of the blade, Goloja? Is that not allowed? I will permit your training on one condition. You only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Kona, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire for that. Not. Smiling. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. And then Wuklamat explained. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. You just said you would help them, though, but... It all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. It truly is. With that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There's no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back then, won't you, to Alexandria? I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you, nor fulfilled my promise to the Endless Sphene. Thank you, Sucro, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again to Liolo. You'll always be welcome here. Smile, nod. It's time I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey. Well, I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are. I am hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliolo, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation adding their own I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Sucro. Even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. And it's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me. So until that day comes, I'll study and train to do the best I can. You've really come far, Galuja, and you'll keep on doing us proud, I'm sure of it. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. Smiling and nodding. Whatever burdens I must carry, I will, and I'll become stronger for it. Just you watch. I'll visit Shale and everyone as often as I can. There's still so much I want to learn from them. I intend to make a formal diplomatic visit to Alexandria in the near future and express my gratitude for those who have watched over Galulja. I won't just vanish over the horizon, I promise. I'll let you know before I leave on my journey. Alright. I open the next expansion, they make the mistake of having the Etherate over like a hole that you have to walk forward to poke it until they patch it later to have a wider radius. I hope they do that again. I'm noticing that Scholar Fairies do not disappear with the talking to NPCs nearby thing, so you could theoretically end up in a situation where people are covered in carbuncles and fairies and whatnot, even while all the player models disappear, and that's conceptually amusing to me. You've had a busy time of it, Warrior of Light. Take advantage of this lull while you may. When did Erenville leave Alexandria? Don't tell me he's embarked on some far-flung expedition without saying goodbye. Oh yeah, that might happen with Beastmaster. I hear Galulja has packed his bags and left to train until Liolo. Oh, I suppose you would have seen him while you were there. Speaking of Beastmaster, everyone watching probably knows this, but it is kind of funny that Beastmaster is present on the job level screen already, and in the UI and other places probably, even though it is not yet accessible. I already talked, I think. Oh wait, no I didn't. I'll need to give a full account of what happened here to Thancred and the others. That said, Estenian may prove difficult to track down. Oh right, those guys. Actually, before I continue this next part, I think I will take a short little break, and then we'll wrap up 7.3 proper. See you in a second. Oh, I have returned. And now it is time to... I assume this is like the final part of the scene. It's a scene that goes on for a while, or a bunch of scenes. A collection of scenes happening in sequence, though they don't give you the warning. They give you a differently worded version of the warning. We've observed no complications with the memory restoration thus far. Thank goodness for small mercies. There are still those who can't decide if they want their memories back. I said I would restore mine after things calm down, but the truth is I'm not sure I'm even ready. So we'll make this a gradual process and give everyone the time they need to prepare, myself included. I think I had forgotten that... I forgot the details of when Shale stopped wearing a regulator. Admittedly. So I don't know how much she's missing. Sucro, you're here! We were just discussing what is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is, or was, a nation of the Ninth will be the cause of some consternation. It made smooth introductions where the Scions provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Yeah, we should probably do that. Rest assured, Sphene, Aetheris' leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphino report on fantastical events. Once again, I am in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. I had other news. Those who participated in the memory restoration have expressed the desire to hold a funerary service. Questioning Hedel? Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We've yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host this service on the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we've believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. Wow, that's a fascinating parallel with the future expansion, as we've seen in the teaser trailer. Where we come from the clouds. Never mind, I'm not supposed to know that. Anyway, seems fitting for Alexandria. Yes, I hope that from such a place our prayers might be heard. A wish for our loved ones to soar forever joyful and free in that heavenly expanse. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, 'tis a tremendously brave thing they're doing. I will say also that, like, of all the stuff that's happening in 7.3, I think I am in favor of people getting their memories back, like, on a volunteer basis and exploring what that means and what it means to, like, have all this new... like, all these memories back and then process the grief and so on. This part's fine, I think, personally. I think the major beef is and on my end so far, is just the restoring living memory and putting Sphene back on the throne. I don't think are ideal for me. This part's interesting. I think this part's good. And it lines up with all the themes I was talking about. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. Well, I mean, we kind of did that-ish. That's kind of the point. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. Sphene, you can't just title drop like that. That's the patch names, thinks Sucro, smiling and nodding to herself. You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Not. Oh, and what of my investigation, Shale? I hope you've left some time on your schedule for me. Everyone have a funny little laugh. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I awoke? It was also strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home here ever since. That I now feel a part of this new Alexandria is in large part thanks to your patient guidance. And so here I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Nod. Some few of us will stay here a while as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs and have no shortage of mysteries into which we would delve. Then be welcome as honored guests for as long as you like. You are and always will be my cherished comrades. Okay, now we're gonna get into the stinger. Surely. Yep. I have to question what song The Promise of Tomorrow actually is, because there was like 5 new ones. Yup, there we go. Some shenanigans are afoot. Sweating and twitching. The evil image of Sucro in your mind. There's gotta be some characters that this scene is extremely funny with.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs.
Someone went into this scene with one of the mascot costumes on. This guy had like a trauma flash of the goofy chipmunk with the top hat on it, or whatever. That's the Alexandrian mascot costume.
I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage.
Okay, Calyx. You thought you had an insurmountable advantage and said as much already. So, you know.
Rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments.
Anyway, I'm now in the void.
But no matter. Learn from this setback and next time...
He's very expressive.
How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
He's so mad. Anyway...
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell.
Anyway...
Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
Winterer. This is a term I don't think I knew, despite everything. Oh, part of what you resent about it is... Okay. I was wondering... I was saying earlier, Samantha, you can feel free to talk more about what it is about 7.3 that you don't like. Perhaps you were waiting for the whole thing to be concluded. But I do like Calyx as a villain. I agree with that point as well. Okay, we're cutting away. We don't get to learn more about whatever this mystery is just yet. Of course not. But yes, please feel free to talk about opinions on 7.3 one way or another, anyone, really. It was a bit of a mixed bag. It had very cool moments. I mean, the game outright said, well, they did a summoning, that means there's Ascians nearby. So... is this sufficient for the bingo square yet? Is my question. Yes. The freaking bingo. Yep. All right. Time for some slight computer noises as I open up paint.net. But yes, I think my overall opinion on 7.3 is that there were... I do enjoy Calyx. I guess he was also 7.2. I do like some of what they're doing, but I also don't like that they just brought Living Memory and Sphene back. Or, like, they brought Living Memory back and they put Sphene on the throne again. Seems a little bit counter to all the themes that they're working with. The dungeon and trial were cool, and the scene after that, also cool. But yeah, I've already said all this. I don't think I have anything too much more to say about it. There's a post that expressed it better than you can. First, and now Sucro can get tacos. That's the real winner. Sphene's story is a tragedy, and no one, including the writers, seems to understand that. Interesting. Remind me in the future if I decide to make an Evercold bingo to label my layers in whatever program I make it in. I think that might speed this up a little bit. Okay, so we have that one now. And we have that one now. We are missing 2 squares in the whole dang bingo. Computer sound. Boop. We are only missing Istinian getting destroyed by one of the Lalafels and Y'shtola almost dying. Yeah, they absolutely might have switched writers. And it does feel like they're wasting some of the potential. I guess, as I've said a number of times already, sorry to keep reiterating, my issue is like, I feel like there were some themes they were going for, and they missed with some of the major plot elements, tying them into those themes by just returning to status quo a little bit. Like backpedaling too much in these 2 specific cases. Anyway, looking back over this bingo, I asked last time, is there anything in here that's not like easily predictable? I guess before Dawntrail, like, how obvious was it that one of the shards would be relevant? Probably not super obvious. Long dormant plot point could have not happened. The Nutkin could have not been relevant. Oh yeah, Ivali/Bazia mentioned for some reason was a thing I put there out of spite for a part of the game that I'm not a big fan of. And then it happened randomly, and I think I probably screamed a little bit. Yeah. So not all of these were super obvious. Maybe I should put an effort in for an Evercold bingo to be like less, or to be more outlandish for fun, you know. And yeah, Endwalker raid NPC cameo was a thing that happened in the Rising specifically. So that technically counts. Some of these are like technical wins. And yeah, I agree. They miss the overall point sometimes in 7.x, but I like a lot of what they're doing still, like gameplay wise and like cinematic wise. And I like Calyx as a villain, and like I don't know. They're getting back on their feet. Maybe. I'm excited for 8.0. Anyway, that's the bingo status. We still haven't accidentally gone to Mercidia or whatever, so we don't have any updates for the bucket list. And that could be entirely true too. It could be for content reasons. Calyx demonstrated knowledge of both primal summoning and concepts. Discovering such techniques through independent study would be nigh on impossible, so we must assume he had a mentor. But how are we to learn the identity of this beneficent teacher? Hopefully some hint is to be found amongst the remnants of Preservation's works. It is time we began a thorough investigation into the key and its capabilities. I have a feeling we'll be calling on your help in that endeavor ere all is said and done. On a personal note, I should also like to learn more of the Milala. The lore of the forgotten people will be indispensable in furthering my research. Oh yeah, we fought Queen Extreme twice. Oh yeah, my retainers stole plaid wallpaper at some point. I'm looking... Did I already use the Orchestrion roll and then just immediately forget about it? That sounds like something I would do. I need to clean up my inventory. I wonder what Otis and Zelania would think of me becoming the Queen of Alexandria as it is now. Doubtless they would be pleased, yet knowing them also beset by worry. As their memory lives on inside me, I shall strive to rule as they advised me still, with a calm heart and a mind open to counsel. The Alexandrians adopted our techniques so quickly that they no longer need our supervision to treat the enthralled. You'd be surprised how many Porksy practitioners we've trained now. Angelo, too, has been looking rather proud of his efforts. We've compiled a summary of events and submitted our report to Ojika. As representatives of the students of Baldessian, our thoughts and findings will also be shared with the forum. In less official matters, I'm glad to see Kryl find a satisfying end to her personal journey, though it appears her appetite for asking questions has only been sharpened. I feel like, speaking of issues with the writing of Dawntrail and 7.x, I feel like having an NPC outright state, Kryl found a satisfying end to her personal journey, is just begging for people to boo at you. Because I know that one criticism I saw a number of times was people feeling like the Kryl part of the equation was a bit rushed and not, like, satisfying at all. Shrug. Now, is there anything I should do before just jumping into 7.4? Like, 7.3 being like a milestone moment. I wonder if there's like any NPCs around in fun places, for example. Probably nothing people would know off the top of their head. What I do want to do is check what song that Orchestrion roll actually is. Because I don't know. So I'm going to the end first. Locales, trials, quests. It's not at all whatever I thought it would be. There were like 12 songs in that patch, so could have been anything. I mean, I care a little bit about Gul'Ja, personally. I was saying earlier that Final Fantasy XIV is kind of like a game about adopting children. So I think he just sort of joins the ranks of all of the important Tomestool. Now that's a Sucro furniture if I've ever seen one. I think he joins the ranks of all the like younger characters that you kind of want to protect. If they were interested in showing passage of time, it would be more interesting, yeah. Also funny that you mention it because they did go several weeks later out of nowhere. They just suddenly decided to do that when normally they don't call attention to that. But there has been a time skip of several weeks as of like the end of 7.3. That's some time passing, I guess. I'm gonna probably have to find a way to put that toadstool in my apartment. Sucro Love Book. It would be pretty funny if we did Evercold and came back and Gul'Ja was an adult. The story is at least 1 month long. Haven't they canonically stated somewhere like the amount of time that a boat voyage would take as multiple months? Also, it would be very funny if we ever got a time skip that made Long Alphino and Long Alizé real. That's what I've decided to call them when they get older, apparently. Anyway, with the winds. Oh, cookies. Yippee. Alphino wants to give Sucro a cookie. How kind of him.
Every day, more and more people regain their memories of their lost loved ones. No longer will beings like Calyx be able to manipulate their fear and ignorance as he once did.
Keep an eye on the quest names. All right, I will try to do this. So we had something about the winds already. That's the first one. I immediately forgot the exact wording of it. My memory too is like the wind. In that it's going away over there somewhere. That's how the wind works. I guess it's like going over that way. I don't know. Anyway, immediate voice act.
That being the case, Alizé and I have come to a decision.
Okay.
We will depart Taral in the coming days. Other nations must be informed about Alexandria, a necessary step to ensure lasting peace.
Okay.
Then, we shall return to Garlemald. Our experiences here should serve us well in the ongoing restoration efforts.
Okay.
However, one pressing matter remains. Calyx's summoning ritual was tied to a concept of his own creation. Ascian involvement is assured, but we have yet to ascertain the extent of their influence on the Ninth.
Sorry, you're being pedantic about Ascian seems to have been overruled by Alphino Leveilleur himself. #1 expert on the subject. Sucro's mad.
I have done what I can to treat the enthralled and those still afflicted with Levin sickness. I may now devote my undivided attention to an investigation.
Then we shall leave this one in your capable hands.
Do let us know if you turn anything up.
Phone call.
It's Erenville. My time in Tural is at an end, and so I'm headed to the harbor now. We'll meet again, of that I'm certain. Until then, I wish you safe travels.
Okay. Look after yourself.
Words of caution from you, of all people.
Yeah, I'm pretty much invincible every 2 minutes or whatever. It's fine. 4 minutes. Depends.
Hey! What do you think you're doing?
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh.
But I thought you'd like to know. I've detained the fugitive.
Dark Messenger remix would be good. I do like the Necron remix. But we are missing Dark Messenger, you're right. Speaking of that, if they do a whole expansion that's like vaguely Final Fantasy IX inspired and they don't have You're Not Alone in there anywhere, I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna legitimately do my best to be upset about it. I don't even have a mad emotion. I have this. I'll do this. Where is it? I don't have a button that makes me mad. I just have a button that makes me point a gun. But yeah, where is it? I need it. It's an important song. Anyway. Also, yeah, calling Necron the speedrun of Kuja's character arc is also funny. Yeah, I forgot they called a quest that too. Jeez.
He promises to tell us before he sets sail, only to try and sneak aboard his boat with nary a hug goodbye. Cold bastard. But there's still time before they weigh anchor.
It would have been pretty perfect there. It would have been a little out of nowhere because they weren't doing FF9 theming at the time, I guess. Alright, I guess I'll go to the harbor and see Erenville get jumped by Calyx or whatever is happening.
Boy, we should make for the harbor ere he wriggles free of Lamachi's grasp.
I'm having a thought, which is that if we look at my bingo again, the square for Istinian is destroyed by Kryl and or Tataru. Istinian's role of being destroyed has been replaced by Erenville getting destroyed, I think. For this period of time. I think Istinian is protected by Erenville's like lower luck stat or whatever. If Istinian and Erenville are in the same room, Erenville takes the aggro from other characters.
If we're heading the same way, we might join him on the ship. Good company is always welcome on a long voyage, is it not?
What? Now? I haven't finished packing.
Knowing you, the essentials are already accounted for.
Fine, if we must. But you're helping pack the rest.
All right, they found a little bit of animation budget again.
I hope you've decided
for the twins bickering, as they should.
I have several ideas as it happens.
Ever aligned in purpose, if not execution.
The new tank in 8.0 was Erenville the whole time. Yeah, maybe. Got Nero being a winner of Pathetic Loserman is also pretty good.
Lest you wonder, Kryl and I intend to remain here with Y'shtola.
What if the 8.0 tank Like, they had the Rataten shirt, like Yoshi P had the Rataten shirt on at the last fan fest. It said, "Guess who's back?" And like, there's layers to that, of course. Like, the first thought people had is, oh, it's Gun Shield Rataten stuff. And then there was like other layers where people extrapolate that to like connect it to music and whatnot, because that's the sort of thing that's been done before with those t-shirt hints. But what if it's just a Nero rocket hammer? What if it's actually just Nero being back? He just like elbows Rataten out of the way. He's like, fuck you, I'm the tank now. You would. And people would love it.
To continue our study of the key, naturally. By all accounts, Preservation's facility promises to yield some answers.
Shale has been conducting a more thorough examination. She may have insights to share.
Then why not invite her along to see everyone off? Surely she'd want to be there too.
Nod. All right. We're paying attention to quest names. With the Winds is our first quest name, featuring the picture of a boat. I'm keeping this in mind. I'm rotating the winds and the boat in my mind. I also realized something. I think I'm using the same model of glasses that Kono's using. Actually, I'm not 100% sure on that now that I think about it. Not important, just thinking about it. Eager as ever, Alphino. I do hope he has thought this through, particularly where his sister's wrath is concerned. She may know full well that no amount of complaint will dissuade him, but that doesn't mean she won't give him an earful. Feels like an age since we last met here. Implied passage of time. It comforts me to know that some of you will be staying. I would feel rather bereft should you all go at once. I'm told that Shale is the new leader of Oblivion. There's none better suited to carrying on Kafkiwa and Geode's legacy. I'm told that Shale was one of the most popular characters in Oblivion. So we've made her the leader. What news, Sucro? Can't imagine you brought an entourage along to simply say hello. That eager to be on their way, are they? I'll join you. I owe them thanks on behalf of Oblivion, after all. And there I thought you would protest against being parted from your work. Well, I'm curious to see what emerges once every piece of the puzzle's in place. The majority of the files we've unearthed are encrypted. There's little else I can do until the computer's finished with them. Besides, unlike our friends, Containment Complex 1029 isn't going anywhere. In other words, we won't be getting any answers tonight. Afraid not. It's going to be a while yet. Then shall we depart for Tuliolo forthwith? Even Lamachi's strength has its limits. Without further delay, then. Nod. I assume this is a plot moment of everyone using Aetheryte teleportation, which I feel like they are still a little inconsistent about whether or not people have to travel normally or not. in a lot of cases. Right, I can just return. Even in those cutscenes at the end of 7.3, we saw us traveling by train and on foot. Though granted, we were like visiting the various people. Wait, did you see that quest? It was somewhere around here. I saw the name of it. Is it like over here? No, that's the Wandering Minstrel. That makes sense. I saw Taco Time on the map. I don't know where it is, but it's there somewhere. Why am I not using Ether Ray teleportation when I was just talking about it? Hi, Nashu. We'll get to Nashu. Maybe once Evercold hits, I will be streaming consistently enough to not be able to take my approach of doing the whole MSQ and then side content as a whole package anymore. Where am I going? The wrong way. Oh. I was wondering what that sound was. Friend located. They're having a good time. Yeah, since I streamed Dawntrail when it came out, I thought I would be like streaming patches as they happened, but I had so much trouble with streaming consistently that I've ended up back at the way I handle like Endwalker and stuff, where I do all the MSQ, and then I'll do all the Alliance raids or whatever, and then the rest of the normal raids or whatever, and so on. And we'll just do things like chunk by chunk instead of like patch by patch. But maybe for Evercold, maybe it'll be time. Ra seems preoccupied with a matter of great import. Perhaps he's contemplating a prayer to Limmelin for their safe passage. Graha, you should know that... well, whatever. What sort of tacos should I get on the way back, do you think? The aroma is too tantalizing to ignore. Despite her protestations, I doubt Alizé will keep us waiting long. Wish we had some of the sea breeze inside the dome. We could perhaps simulate it, but there's no substitute for the real thing. Tuliolo is a delight to look upon. They hang patterned cloth where we might use neon, but the city feels no less bright. Kona and Golulja weren't able to make it, but both send their regards. I wish you all would not make such a fuss. I am not fond of emotional partings. At least Elfino and Alizé were considerate enough to inform me of their plans in advance by link pearl. Some people we know would have burst out of a crate mid-voyage. In any event, I shall wait here until they finish their preparations. I guess I could have checked to see if everyone had new dialogue a second time. There are gleaners here, apparently.
There they are.
That was a Lullafell in a gleaner coat.
You look well. No lingering effects, then?
Ah, I'm hale as ever. And busy with work.
I imagine there's no shortage of affairs to put in order. Are Kona and Golulja faring well?
Kona is off to survey our nation and its peoples. He wants to consult with local representatives and hear their thoughts on our policies. And Golulja's really taken to his training. I feel like he's been spending more time with the Landsguard than me lately.
Standing here, I cannot help but remember the day of our arrival in Tuliolo. The rite of succession feels so long ago.
They keep alluding to how long it feels like since we've done anything.
Not of what would happen between my father and Zorolja, nor of Alexandria and its queen. It was to aid a naive claimant that you came to Tural. But you've done so much more for me. For the entire nation of Tuliyollal. We owe you a greater debt than we can ever repay.
I almost feel like we're doing a third epilogue here.
But that doesn't mean we can't try. Whenever you need an ally, we'll stand with you.
Allow me to echo that sentiment. Not only were you kind to me when I awakened a stranger in my own land, you extended your grace to Alexandria again and again.
I mean, like, this scene was... My perception of this scene as a third epilogue that feels a little redundant is probably because I just finished 7.3 and I'm jumping right into it instead of waiting between patches. But it is a little bit funny that we're just doing this again.
On behalf of myself and my people.
Sort of like a recap, I suppose.
Thank you for curing the ailment that for centuries tormented us.
Yeah, I have to put myself in the mind space of this being 5 months after the last thing that happened.
I'm sure we'll have exciting stories to share with one another.
I feel like it hasn't been this, like, directly
Ever since
a
I
recap
introduced you to Wuklamat, you faced
in
no
other
end of
times,
hardships.
maybe.
Many of them her fault.
One last dunk on Wuklamat. Oh, that's a cute emote. Zuko just scratching at her face a little bit. When do I get that emote? For
Yes, I feel
G-Puss.
no remorse, only gratitude. For without your aid, I would not have had the chance to say goodbye.
12.4. Oh man.
Corner of the world. To see what we haven't seen.
Nod.
Shall we?
All right, everyone, get on with it. And then the Ascian blew up the boat. Whoa. Probably not. Bird.
Rest assured, upon arriving, we shall make it a priority to visit Tataru and assuage her myriad fears.
Oh god, she's had the manager of finances for at least 3 weeks.
I expect the sight of you two will be a balm for her worry-laden heart.
Maybe 4.
Safe journey. And remember to enjoy it.
Give my regards to Oblivion. And thank you for all you did for my mother.
Come back soon! Take care!
Also, with the thing I said about Aetheryte travel, I feel like it's implied that we Aetheryte traveled here to catch them in time to leave.
That was a proper send-off.
But now they're using a boat instead of Aetheryte traveling across the ocean. I don't know.
Duty ever calls
It's,
for she who
it feels
loves
very
her well.
inconsistent how they use teleportation.
Right. Though, if you need a break, you're always welcome to visit Tuliyola. I'll give you the grand tour.
It's probably just supposed to be thought of as like a gameplay mechanic primarily, and like a not really part of the story. Until they use it
I guess they're
in
really
the story,
over.
which they've done.
Your adventures in Tural. I'll remember our time together for the rest of my days.
Nod.
Aha! Power resolve spotted! The Lance Guard is looking for you. It's sparring time!
Oh, good thing you're here then. Can't miss that.
So let's go already! Everyone's waiting to see the Vow resolve in action!
Sorry, I have to go. Till next time.
Well, that's cute.
And thus do they take to the winds.
To follow their own paths and their hearts. as
Graha,
they
you
should.
can't do a title drop for an individual quest name. I guess you're allowed to do that. I feel like I'm being harsh on people for their title drops for some reason. Into the Mist! Right, that's what 7.4 was called. I forgot. Mist, also a major concept in Final Fantasy IX, of course. We're not done with 9 yet. I'm glad I got the chance to see him off. If Kiwa would be glad too. For our many meetings and partings, we have few enough opportunities to properly say our farewells. It was pleasant to take the time for it. Though I delight in companionship, solo journeys too have their appeal, and travel by sea is relaxing. With Alizé and Alphino spreading the word of Alexandria, we shall soon have the chance to establish relations with other nations. I must make ready to treat with their leaders. Now it's our turn to take the next step. The question is in what direction, and that is a matter I should like to discuss with you. Coin. Alright. With the winds through the thunder. Alright, we're doing elemental quest names here. If I may, I think it prudent to discuss our future plans elsewhere. We are liable to hinder the dockworkers here if we linger. Perhaps the beach would be a more appropriate venue. Nod.
Tis truly a beautiful place to roam.
Huh. Lots of voice acting in this patch, I guess.
An endless ocean and ever-changing sky. First time I saw them, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was like I was walking among images from our oldest records. And beyond that horizon are more lands and more people. That one I still struggle to imagine.
We ourselves hail from beyond that horizon, in fact. Rather, most of us do. I merely thought I did.
Oh, that's right. I can only imagine how it must have felt to learn you're a native of our world.
The fact that I wasn't born in the land where I've spent most of my life has taken time to sink in. 'Twas not until I met my parents in living memory that the truth of my origin began to feel real.
Your experience is not unlike mine. When first I awoke, the realm everyone spoke of sounded nothing like my own. I had to walk its streets, live and breathe it, before I could accept and embrace my new reality.
And for me to embrace mine, I need to learn more about my people, the Milala. We should come upon more information in the course of studying the key, but as Shale's investigation of the containment complex is still ongoing, would you mind if we sought a different avenue of inquiry into the history of the Ninth?
I have no objection. Aught we learn will deepen our understanding of the broader picture.
Agreed. My curiosity extends well beyond our duty to assess Ascian influence.
If it is knowledge of the Ninth's past you seek, I have an idea where to begin. Alexandria was originally part of a landmass known as the Mist Continent.
That's Final Fantasy IX facts.
This
That's
continent
true.
had been left in ruins
Wow.
in the wake of the storm surge, with Alexandria the sole nation to survive the devastation.
Pointing at the screen and saying that I know that one.
The calamity of lightning that ravaged the world.
Aye. Per the sources we recovered from the Underkeep, though the conflict between nations was destructive in its own right, 'twas Levin that dealt the final blow.
No place was spared its fury, and all was chaos in the castle town. We tried to evacuate the people in airships, Otis, the knights and I, but we couldn't save everyone.
I remember that from the dungeon, Alexandria. Sucro is remembering that from the dungeon, Alexandria.
Those who survived gathered within the barrier, and we took in as many foreign refugees as we could. Yet, despite the dangerous environment, our system showed that there were some few souls who ventured outside the barrier, into the lands beyond.
Beyond? But we thought that was impossible. I was under the impression the star was scoured of life, that man could not survive outside the barrier.
Going by the records, the storm surge extended to every corner of the world. Nothing and nowhere was spared. If anyone did survive out there, it would have been an unimaginable trial.
And yet, those people must have been going somewhere. What if there was a refuge? A place that weathered the storm surge and rebuilt over the intervening 4 centuries?
Given Alexandria's displacement to the source, we had neither cause nor opportunity to survey the remainder of the continent.
Living memory remains physically in the Ninth. If we seek a means of egress, other than the portal connecting it to Alexandria, perhaps it might lead us to the Mist Continent.
Interesting. I had no idea they were going in this direction. This is not something I was aware of.
Here despite being a top Everkeep. In which case, it may have been a physically independent space all along.
Meaning another point of egress could well exist.
And if it does, someone has to be maintaining it. The mechanical soldiers, for instance.
Interesting.
Shall we have a chat with them and see what they know?
If it please your majesty. Will you accompany us? If we do land upon the Mist Continent, I would feel much more assured with you at our side.
I think egress is correct here. That's like a point of exit. Yeah. Wouldn't miss it for 2 worlds. Hate to see you obliterated by a lightning beast or anything for you. Just say the word. I wouldn't miss that for 2 worlds. I guess.
I thought as much. Into the great unknown we go then.
I think the only thing I know about 7.4 specifically... Oh, in the sense of not knowing what this... If people get upset at not knowing the meaning of a word in Final Fantasy XIV, but it takes them until 7.4 to do so, it's a very interesting vocabulary that they have. Because I feel like this game has tons of words like that all over the place, including scry. That would be very strange to me, to get suddenly upset at egress. But I think the only things I know specifically about 7.4 are the name of the dungeon. So I knew Mist was in there somewhere. Because the dungeon is Mistwake, I believe. Yeah, it sounds like it, Samantha. I feel like I might have known that the Mist Continent was a thing, but then I forgot. I'm not sure. I also assume we'll learn more about the Ascian and Calyx and whatnot. The mechanical soldiers won't hesitate to answer their queen. Let us hope they have useful information. I think I'm going to go less in on the voice acting and just like read things mostly normal. For the sake of my voice. Once conditions deteriorate past a certain point, an environment becomes anathema to life. Yet man is a resilient creature. I feel like if you don't have an idea of what egress means, words like anathema would also not be something that you had an idea of. But also, maybe if you were the sort of person to get mad at the word egress, you wouldn't be talking to Graha here because he doesn't have the big quest marker over his head. I don't know. People just making up reasons to get mad, mostly. If there's a way to survive, then he will surely find it. Outside of Alexandria, our knowledge of the Ninth is limited to the storm surge and passing mentions of Lindblom. That being the case, a foray across the Mist Continent would be an invaluable opportunity for discovery. I believe I have also seen mentions in patch notes of like areas introduced in this patch. So like there probably are places that you go. Between the Ascians, the Key, and the Malala, there is much to be learned. Surely we can turn up a clue to one mystery or another. Now that that's settled, I'd best be off. I still need to check for decryption errors periodically, so I can only step away for so long. With luck, I'll have plenty to share the next time we meet. Until then... let the rest of us make way for a potential foray and meet at Leynode Nemo. Really, I should have expected this direction for 7.4, because, like, of course they have to address the key and the other shards. So, of course, we're going places. And also, I guess maybe this is a part of the story reason that they brought Living Memory back, is so we could, like... because we had to go there, I guess. The atmosphere is certainly less grim than when I last visited. Though my mind knows better, I still feel uncomfortable around these mechanical soldiers. Understandable. Sphene has found us a suitable source of information, sparing you that duty for once. This clerk has made itself available to answer our questions. Clerk PX0093, if one wished to descend to the surface from here, how would they typically do so? Living Memory is currently detached from Everkeep and is operating independently while supported by its aerial suspension systems. Thus, both lift and lay node base transit is currently unavailable. I apologize for the inconvenience. Despite its ability to remain aloft, perhaps Living Memory was never intended to function in this state indefinitely. If so, we're out of luck. Not necessarily. Lifts and lay nodes were likely the preferred modes of transportation, but that does not preclude the existence of others. In the event of an emergency, how would we evacuate this facility? Consulting emergency systems. Yeah, that's also entirely possible, Pludium. Living Memory's airship remains prepared to deploy should evacuation be necessary. Would Your Majesty like to appropriate it? We have an entire airship? An airship? Well, sure, I guess. Yes, please, as soon as is possible. With Your Majesty's authorization, the vessel can be readied for launch without delay. Allow me a moment to execute the bypass protocols. Okay, I know there's like an airship-shaped thing in the background in this scene, but that's not the airship. I'm nervous about what we might find below. I'm glad we found the means to get there. As Queen, I must bear witness to the truth, however terrible. As I thought. Now what awaits us below, I wonder? With an airship, a large number of Alexandrians could be evacuated at once, regardless of the situation below. An excellent contingency. It never occurred to me that there might be an airship here. How fortuitous. Safety tests have been successfully completed, setting the Gate of Remembrance as initial destination. Vessel is en route. Yeah, MMOs might not be the ideal storytelling format all the time, that's for certain. Yep, that's airship. Is that my ship? It was purpose-built for Living Memory. However, it was modeled after the vessel Your Majesty used during the Storm Surge era. A replica. Still, it does me good to see it. Does it have a name? You have an easy opportunity for a reference here if it has a name. Yeah, we had this model sitting around. I mean, valid. I will deploy the gangway for boarding. This way, please. In order to reach the surface, we must pass through the storm clouds. I advise you to brace for turbulence. Alright, I guess we get to see the Mist Continent. They've had a handful of references to other nations in the Mist Continent. Outside of the story as well, like Treno pops up in an item name, for example. Yeah, this seems pretty bad. not dissimilar from some areas we've been to. Huh. You know what? The ward Alizé gave me is reacting. Though not to the extent of the 13th, the etheric imbalance here is severe indeed. It does serve to impress upon one the marvel of the barrier. The lightning in Heritage found is tame by comparison. And yeah, you could sort of extrapolate what this place would look like based on other places that exist around like Solution 9. A land where Levin reigns. But it is nice to see it. It is neat. Alexandria Crater. I mean, yeah, that's what this is. That seems true. If you'd like to return to living memory, nope. The state of this reflection's ether is more dire than we anticipated. I should be surprised if the Ascians had no hand in the war that wrought this. The warding scale is truly a godsend for those of us without the blessing of light. Remind me to send my profuse thanks to the Vritra and the Hanish alchemists once more. That crater was once Alexandria. Hey, I wonder what the weather is here. Thunder? Yeah, that makes sense. Could have been anything. No mention of the lightning, just the thunder. Sobering sight, to say the least. This should have been thunderfucked. Yeah. But I shan't turn back now that we've come this far. Beyond the mountains. Sort of an Earth quest name a little bit. I feel like the quest names are forming a sequence of some kind. There are no structures, nor any other sign of survivors that I can see. I suspect the crater made this area unsuitable for habitation due to the increased risk of flooding. Then we should look further afield. In which direction do you think we might find a settlement? If we're at the edge of Alexandrian territory now, the closest city would be Treno, should it survive. As a city-state built on a harbor, it was a nexus of trade and it remained neutral throughout the war. We Alexandrians always felt fortunate to have it in our neighborhood, so to speak. Not unlike our Radzet Han. Ah, yes, Alphino's spoken of Radzet Han before. It's near the South Sea Isles, the Nilala homeland, correct? Funnily enough, it was also Treno where the Malala first found a home in our world. Truly. Yes, and though the Malala population elsewhere grew, most continued to feel a strong connection to the city. I'd like to think that some remain there to this day. Clerk PX0093, is this ship capable of taking us to Treno? I shall run a flight simulation for the route to Treno. One moment. Simulation complete. There's a near 100% probability that the ship would suffer catastrophic mechanical failure prior to arrival due to ambient lightning. My apologies. Oh, well, thank you for checking. If we cannot fly, then we shall have to walk. Treno lies beyond the mountains, but there should be routes that spare us having to climb. That cave system, for instance, assuming it hasn't collapsed. Let's try there first. The place where my people first arrived, and I shall soon see it in person. Eager though I am to seek new discoveries, the prospect of walking in circles for days on end does not appeal. We are fortunate to have Sven. Of late, I've spent much of my time hunched over reports. A brisk trek across a wasteland shall make for a refreshing change of pace. This tunnel appears intact. Though we have no way of knowing what it's like further in. Mind you stay alert for beasts as well. Given the barren surrounds, they're surely ravenous. Oh, we're just going right into the dungeon. Okay, Mistwake now accessible. You know, I was wondering if that might be the case. There are occasionally point X patches where the dungeon is like way up front. I want to say 5.1 was another example of a dungeon being very early in a patch. That was Grand Cosmos. So, like, it was always a possibility. There should be little reason for anyone to have passed this way since Alexandria's displacement. Let us pray loose rocks are the worst we must contend with. Another dungeon with Sven, too. That's fun. Whatever lies ahead shall give us more insight into the state of the ninth. I'm anxious and hopeful in equal measure. It's a strange feeling. I speak so confidently of the Malala's connection to Treno because my tutor, Tolfit, hailed from the city. Another reason to hope it survived. Tuffet? Is that supposed to be a reference to, I think his name was Dr. Toft in 9? I'm double checking to make sure I have the name right. Dr. Tot. It was just Tot. I'm not sure where I got the extra consonant from. Well, let's at least do Mistwake today. We don't have a huge selection of options here.
I too can fight. I too can fight. I too can fight. I too can
She's still a toucan. I don't know if she was... I don't know if it was possible to have Sven as a healer until before. I think I just immediately assigned her DPS and didn't like double check she could heal.
I too can.
True. Anyway. I believe I know... I do know what trial is in this patch too, I believe. There it is. Final Fantasy IX Battle 1. They got it in there. I've heard this remix before too, I believe. It is quite funny that they got to the normal battle theme after the final boss theme. But thank God they did, because all the battle music in 9 is really good, in my opinion. Petromole. Alright, everyone. Come along, come along. Now that's creature. I forgot that like Y'shtola's cast bars are so... She has like everything of the 7th Dawn, and it's such a long name for an ability that it like cuts into her name and icon. Also, Sphene said the cave itself is a natural formation, but this... And Kryl said the tunnel looks to have been maintained to some degree. Sphene says this is Electrope. Electrope has many uses. I've heard about this. Okay, they've still got bats and spriggans in this realm. They're just all electric. By the way, the weather? Still thunder. Trying to keep an eye on what Sphene is doing again. I've seen, I think, the same thing she used as a DPS mostly. Catoplopas. Alright. We've got structures to hide behind, I'm noticing. Had I some sort of Catoplopas, perhaps? The only way out is through. The Blepus. That's true. This guy has a hard enrage. Interesting. Oh man, my rotation. Well, that's not good, perhaps. Surely I go behind a rock. We can use the stones, said Kryl. Not quite a hard enrage, but a way to fail. Yeah, that makes sense. Though, it didn't like me gap closing through the stone too much.
Blepus.
True. Multiple earthquakes, huh? I can't quite recall if there's a Katoba boss in Final Fantasy IX that looks like this boss. I have to imagine that there is. Onward. Okay, the battle music for Final Fantasy IX being the music for the dungeon means that when you defeat a boss, battle music starts, which is slightly funny. We should be nearing the end, said Sphene. I see it, Treno. Oh damn. Something is amiss with that barrier. But they have a barrier at all. Derelict railway. Bird. The bird. Rotate. The bird is important. Whoa. I didn't even realize I was going to be sliding down the rail of a railway track like Sonic Hedgehog. I just thought it was a ramp I was going to go down. Damn. Zimzala, that's an enemy name I recognize. Stay low and be wary if you hear a crackling. I, for one, would soon hasten to shelter. I had no idea what Mistwake actually was. I just knew the name of the dungeon. I do think this is pretty cool. I wonder if you can stun the Mistwake rock to interrupt that. Probably, right? Because it's such a big AoE that's slow in an ad pool. Cut it out, you. Yeah, there you go. Now that's tanking. I can't do it twice, though. Standing in the AoE also valid. In this case. This dungeon feels a lot like the one in 6.x somewhere. Troya is the one I was trying to remember. Similar sort of vibe to Troya, since you're exploring another ruined city and all that. Which is good, to be clear. Because Troya was also a very cool dungeon. Okay, now we got 2 rocks, so there's gonna be big AoE time everywhere. But also, like, I'll just dodge. My perspective on Troya is of course different since I've done it like probably like 3 times. I was just thinking like environmentally and not really like mechanically, because if you asked me to tell you what any of the bosses in Troya did right now, I would not be able to answer. I speak merely of vibes.
Gloves are off.
The gloves are off, by the way. Have you ever worn gloves? I feel like you haven't. Well, here's a fucked up horse. Amdusius. Yep, this sure is the square of Treno that is the first screen of Treno in Final Fantasy IX. I don't recall an Amdusius in 9 either. Oh, damn, alright. Okay, I did something incorrectly. I thought it was stand between the lines. Oh, there was an empty spot that I did not perceive. Okay. Yeah, this thing is pretty wild looking. I think this is an original design? Unless there's just a lot of... There might just be a lot of Final Fantasy IX enemies I don't specifically recall. Oh. Interesting. I'll just follow Y'shtola. Oh, I see. Ow. Ow. Uh-oh. Simply invuln. Damn, this boss has not very much HP, I guess. Is something I'm noticing. Oh no. It's got Akamorn though. Oh, just a little bit of Akamorn as a treat. Just follow Y'shtola and it works out, I guess. More or less. Now for the rest of the city. Also, Y'shtola said "wear the vapors" at some point, which is just kind of amusing. There's perfect save spots in there. It did seem that way. I should tell people to wear the vapors more often. As in, beware. Treno citizen! People are alive! No matter how many come, we fight hand in hand, forevermore! Treno's people are fighting. Who in the world are you? I mean, thanks! They say. Hey, people alive. People live. Sorry, Treno citizen, I have to pull aggro over here. Oh, these are some fake fights over this ways. Treno Citizen is infamous for beating some players in DPS. That's hilarious. You know, in retrospect, one of the things I did know about these patches was that there was some sort of new Lalafell character. I have to assume that he too is a, I think it's a he, that I have to assume Treno citizenship is involved. God, it's really cool to be in Treno as a Final Fantasy IX enjoyer. And also to just, like, one of my favorite things about Shadowbringers is just the core concept of visiting a different shard. So the fact that we get to do more of that, and we're going to get to do even more of that, I'm a fan of this. Damn! Treno Citizen, was that Bahamut power that you just used? I saw that. Also, this is like a pretty faithful reimagining of what Treno looks like in 9 as a dungeon, which is pretty sick. I've gotta say, like all of these different regions of the city. Oh fuck, it's living lightning. Ah, I can see why you would eat the AoEs. Maybe. I'm gonna have to go into Explorer mode and look around here if we don't pull a Treno and just... not Treno, Troya, and just sort of do that anyway. Might be cycling my mitts a little fast. It's interesting. I feel like it's probably it might be a consequence of like how the trusts work, but I feel like that boss didn't have a lot of... I feel like that boss didn't have a lot of health, but I feel like the trash pulls in this dungeon are tanky. I'm not sure if that's accurate. Like, they feel tankier than normal, but that boss feel like it died really quick. Ishtola, you've never worn gloves! Just a mid-boss that dies fast? I guess they have those on occasion. Ishtola, do you think she weaves putting gloves back on with saying that, maybe? Alright, what do we got? Bird. Survivor of Storms. Thundergust Griffin. Oh, she has worn gloves before. Fair enough. I believe this is based on a griffin that exists in 9. Maybe. If you pay attention to the building behind this, you might notice it's the auction house. I guess that's true. It has a symbol on it. Yeah. A fitting symbol to fight a griffin next to, I suppose. Triple weaved on camera again. I did it. But this time it was to mitigate the raid wide, so like it was chill, actually. Okay, we got orb. Oh. That is not what I expected the orbs to do. Mind the orbs, yells Sven. Okay, we're building a list. Where the vapors, mind the orb. Oh no, not the Etrian Odyssey 3 Games Facts. Games Facts is not what it's called. Not the Game Fact forums. No, I said it wrong again. Damn it. Speaking is like trying to triple weave, I think. Oh, okay, you can see the lines from the orbs. Oh, and you get plenty of time, actually. All things considered. Keep an eye on the storm. It's moving. What does this mean for us? I'm keeping an eye on it. Where'd it go? It's gone. Did it do anything? The gloves are off. We know that much to be true. Oh, it just acts as another word. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ouchie. I did not parse that. Okay. Take two. NPCs were moving a little late for me to choose to follow Sven that time, I think. I'm realizing that none of the NPCs in this party actually have positionals, so I don't need to face the Griffin in any specific way. Yeah, they're all casters. Probably should have realized this earlier, but you know. It is, yeah. You still got an auto attack? That's awesome. Mind the orbs. You can sort of eyeball where a safe spot will be fairly effectively, I think. Once you know how the orbs work. I guess you want to be more near the middle here so you don't get pushed into the... Yep. There's the tornado again. Sven is auto-attacking. I noticed her do the book smack. I got hit by part of that. Oh no, not again. Ah, shit. I almost died at the exact same one, I think. I hit invul too late, also. It might have caught some of the parts of it. I don't know what it is about that specific orb pattern that threw me off both times. There's the storm again. Alright, there we go. Oh, I have 9-second chance points. Yeah, I figured there was a melee uptime. Ah! Final Fantasy IX victory. I smile and clap. Yippee! Delightful. I love to point at the screen and say, I know this one. I'm a sucker for it. I have to admit it. It is maybe a little weird that it's specifically here, but they have like the battle theme going for the whole dungeon, so... Simple rule for the other orbs that there's always an orb next to the boss. To be on either side of the hitbox that orb is not on. Or to be on the side of the hitbox the orb is not. Interesting. Maybe it's a little weird, but this is also where they finally put the battle theme in. We're straight up in the 9th. No more screams, I wager that's a good sign. I feel like it works. What do you think? What are the injured? Are we needed to help heal them? Treno is safe and it has been all this time. What do you think, Ishtola? Whatever its flaws, the barrier is keeping the lightning ether at bay. Mistwake half robe of casting. I haven't really looked at the Mistwake armor. Oh, that's pretty nice. That's got a cool style to it. I'm into it. It's a shame that it can't be dyed. It goes pretty well with this ribbon Sucro has too. I would need pitch black to make it match better. Nice. It also goes well with the skirt that I have on. All things considered, it works pretty well for the outfit Sucro currently has, which is cool. Let's just, for the sake of impromptu fashion moment, is there any, there's a bit of purple. You do a little bit of a, not quite the same. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? No. Oh, you can sort of see it better right there. That's probably the closest you'll get. It feels a bit darker than jet black. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, you could do something like this with the ribbon and the... That's pretty good. Anyway. Sucro get ability point. Equip High Tide. And her trance gauge will fill faster.
Clear. Good work, everyone.
I suspect this might be the character I was thinking of, given that they're immediately voiced.
And a big thank you to our helpers.
Scroll learn, protect girls.
Oh yeah, protect girls. That's a very important ability.
Now, we have a tiny bit of clearing up ahead of us. You know what to do.
Our helpers, were we being watched?
So, the city endures. And it is in much better shape than expected.
I'm excited for Treno.
Impressive, considering the destruction without. The people here must have gone to great lengths to maintain all of this.
Their barrier resembles that of Alexandria, though it is smaller in scale. And not quite as effective, if the breach we witnessed is any indication. I fear such incidents may be common here.
Thank you.
Thunderous heavens! It's been years since we've had visitors.
Falalafel squad, or Malala squad, I suppose. Goodness. Is all of Treno Malala? Huh. Yeah, this is a lot more straightforwardly. This is like 9.
I am Miaili, the mayor of Treno. Allow me to welcome
I
you to
guess
our
it was the chibi game.
And
a little bit.
thank you for the assistance with our little monster problem just now.
That's a funny reason for this to be Malala City, though.
Might I ask your name, miss? Though I have an inkling I know it already.
But of course, I am Sphene of Alexandria.
As I thought. It truly beggars belief. I once heard the strangest of reports from one of ours who went to Alexandria, you see. That despite the intervening years, the Queen had not aged a day.
It's a little more complicated than that.
And sure enough, I'd swear you'd stepped out of an old oil portrait mere moments ago. You must forgive me if this takes some getting used to. It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. I look forward to hearing the tale from your own lips. I imagine it won't be an easy one to tell. But please.
That's what it seems like, yeah. They've just been kind of around.
What happened to Alexandria?
Oh boy, that's a long story.
I see. From your perspective,
I guess they're getting into that sort of thing
it
now.
looked as though we were wiped from the face of the star.
One day, we lost all contact with our people in Alexandria. Scouting party sent to investigate reported that not only the barrier, but Alexandria itself was gone. Nary a stone to mark where it had stood.
Mm-hmm.
What you must have gone through, not knowing what became of us. But know that Alexandria yet survives, albeit in a distant land. Her and her people. I can tell you the whole tale from beginning to end, but first, might I ask your permission to remain in Treno for a time?
Of course you can. You and your companions have already done us a great service, and are more than welcome to enjoy our hospitality. Now, how about we continue this at Town Hall? We needn't keep standing in the middle of the street.
I shall join them. Even with the precautions we've taken, it remains to be seen if Sven's condition will remain stable. I suspect, however, that the rest of you would rather be out and about.
Sven's condition?
My blessing.
In light of our purpose here, a tour of the city is indeed
Just like
in order.
lightning related stuff, just because of how much there is and what was going on with her when she awakened, I suppose. Kind of forgot that was a plot point, honestly. Okay, we are touring the city.
You have no objection. With your permission, then. But before we go...
Pre-diabetic, but for lightning? I guess so.
Allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Cryle, and I hope to learn more of this city and its people. Would it offend if we were to ask a few questions? Perhaps as we work alongside you, aiding you in whatever ways you may require.
You needn't fret. Treno folk are as friendly as they come. As for aid...
In Final Fantasy IX, Treno was kind of like one of the shadier cities, reputation-wise. With like thieves and scoundrels.
If you're willing...
running around.
You might speak with my grandson Lummel.
Of course,
that was his
there were
voice
thieves
you
and
heard
scoundrels in every area.
You'll
And it had
find
the
him serving
Tetramaster
herbal
tournament, so that makes it the worst city in some sort of estimation, that's true. Lummel. Okay.
Thank you for your guidance. We shall seek him out first.
I hope there's a triple triad opponent in Treno. It's like, wow, this is way different from what I'm used to in card games. They're usually more complicated for me. You may now use mounts within Treno. Oh, well, that's polite of them. There's the Treno theme. Yay. It's more of like a chill version of it. Instead of the piano version of it, which was also pretty chill, but... This is a delightful little theme. Pep. Town Hall's pretty impressive, isn't it? Bet you didn't guess that the mayor actually lives there. These days, Miali and also us is using it as an emergency shelter. But the history books say it was originally an auction house. Reckon that's why it's so fancy. Alright. What's up over here? Thunderous heavens, I needed that. I feel positively reborn. Oh, they're all having a nice drink. Still disgusting, though. They're all having a shit drink. Not a very nice one, in fact. Flowers coming along nicely. What did this area? Bridge Street. Yep. I don't know, I like Thunderous Heavens. It doesn't like... it doesn't have the alliteration. Enjoying the flowers. What we plant doesn't always bloom, but I think lifting everyone's spirits is more than worth the effort to find the seeds that do. Nevertheless, I'm relieved that these weren't trampled by the beasts. They took ages to get looking this healthy. I do love the Treno music. I am a sucker for a remix. What's going on over here? Does the bench function? Yeah! Sucro sit! Hooray. Sucro can sit. Get as close to this building as you can. Why is it so long until the tournament? My deck is ready already! I see. They're still doing Tetramaster. Not even lightning can stop Tetramaster, unfortunately for everyone. I feel right as rain. And let's get to work. Is it over? Fight's over, the real work's just begun. Did you hear? We have visitors. Visitors? How many years has it been? Oh, I don't know you. Hello. Please don't be offended, but this part of the street is off limits. Not only to you, of course, it's just that there's a lot of damage and it's dangerous for anyone to pass at the moment. In general, you should probably stay away from any of the streets that are in need of repair. Just a suggestion. But please do. Ah. Hello, yes. I'm this now. Happened a little bit ago, though I haven't been able to stream too much since. Hello, YouTube chat. This is what it looks like when I summon YouTube chat now. Maybe one day it'll just display normally on stream. I don't know if that capability is possible, but hello and welcome. I'm this now. A fortune. A blessing for you.
A party of 3 brings good luck.
Not so much in this game. It's not even a late party. Progress is indeed progress. Thanks for stopping by in any case. I guess that is good fortune for tomorrow. There's actually quite a... It feels like there's quite a bit to look around in Treno, like more than I was expecting. Probably more stuff happens here later on. Yeah. Oh, a little dodo pasture. Welcome, newcomer. This is our little patch of pasture right here. We raise birds mostly. They give us a good supply of eggs and meat, but more importantly, their feathers make the softest pillows. Well, 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 you're looking fluffy again today. Delightful. Oh, right, you can use mounts. Alright, let's proceed with the story. They'll probably have me touring around all these places I ran to anyways. But I wanted to look around. Yeah, I think this is the character I've seen before, Limol. This guy looks familiar. That must be Lummel. That must be Lummel. Heavens, I can smell the herbal aroma from here. The locals we passed appear terribly distressed. As Fiend surmised, incursions must be a common occurrence. Yeah, this guy's a bit of a shulk. That's true. And I thank you for your help. Why, if it isn't our new friends, thanks again for making short work of our foes. If you've gone to the trouble of seeking me out, I can only assume it's for good reason. You want to help me? Odd, but I'll consider it. Before anything else, though, I must insist you drink our signature remedy, Sleepless Rhapsody. Everyone's a fan. You may find it just the teensiest touch too sour for your taste, but it'll set you alright. Just tip it down your throat. I want to say, like, sleepless in Treno is a phrase that comes up at some point. How bad could it be? You alright? Sucro mimes drinking an invisible cup.
Well, what do you think? It's a traditional Malala recipe.
Refreshing. Shower. Delicious. Shower.
Got that right. Don't worry, the tingling means it's working.
He even kind of sounds like Shulk. He's got the same sort of voice as a this guy is a Shulk type of guy all the way. From head to toe. This is a small Shulk. A smulk, if you will. Or maybe you won't.
I'm put in mind of the gelatin I had at the studium. Nutritious, they assured me.
Oh no, not the gelatin. Shulk has done VA for this game before, that's fun.
Smoke.
I can relate all too well.
God, when something... Smoke here doesn't know it, but when something reminds other people of Charlian cuisine, that's a problem.
It's not unlike the syrup Lena used to make. Black as pitch and sour as sin. Though, there is no better cure for fatigue.
You know, Raha, going to bed at a reasonable hour would be the best cure.
Ah, Kyle, so what you're saying is that I need some of this instead of going to sleep. I understand. I'll get on it right away.
Oh, that's... I do feel shockingly refreshed.
They're drinking the carbonated bone juice that I was talking about earlier today. The market for health drinks is concerning. They've carbonated beef broth. They say it will make you immortal. This is real. Then they have a parenthetical that's like, well, not really, after the first part where they mention immortality. Anyway.
Perhaps it stimulates the body's ability to process ether and hastens regenerative functions.
Indeed, it does. It also counteracts some of the effects of excess lightning, and helps to calm the nerves besides.
Okay, he's starting to sound less like Shulk the more he speaks.
Which is why you serve
A
it
little
whenever
bit.
there's a breach in the barrier.
Our Malala ancestors came from the lushest of lands, so they developed all sorts of natural remedies. We strive to carry on their traditions.
That does sound true. That does sound like a poem. I don't... Yeah. A tea made from 2 kinds of parasitic fungus, you say? The other thing I was talking about lately in the health drink space was mushroom coffee, which includes cordyceps amongst 5 other types of mushrooms. So, yeah. That's also going on.
And I'm sure you see why. Really hits the spot, doesn't it? Now, welcome to Treno.
Yeah, that makes sense. Not the same species? That's possible. Cordyceps and chaga. Interesting. A fortune. A great blessing for Plutia. Hooray!
Take the 1 in 37,342 chance.
Lavis cannon? Perhaps not. Hey, why isn't this going away? Callie, did I press... I think I pressed too many buttons at the wrong time. Hold on. I can address this. That... And now the challenge of which inane scene did I put this in? Is this its own scene? I think it might be. Yes. And blip. And blip. And blip. There we go. Don't ask me about how my OBS is organized. Don't ask me how many things are in a scene labeled Calico pet text because I just kept stacking things into it that aren't that. Anyway. Given its ability to counteract lightning's influence on the body, that remedy would be of use to the people of Alexandria as well. I'm certain Lummel would be more than happy to offer it to them. I see how drinking that would be unifying, and it is impressive that they have maintained the tradition here, so far from the Malala's native lands. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, didn't I? Well, I'm Lummel. That was me announcing our victory earlier, and since Grandmother sent you to help with repairs, you'll know I'm a grandson. I'm in charge of resolving any problems the people of Treno may have. My favorite kinds of work include taste testing menu items, carrying medium-sized objects, searching for lost possessions of immense value. Oh, and it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I like this guy. Don't care for his materia, but I like him. Hmm? Was that meant to be him, or are you just going, hmm? Ah, yes, the repairs. Are you certain you want to be put to work? If you've come all the way out to visit us, you must have had more important things in mind. Oh, you pet Callie and did it. Okay, so something broke. I did not notice that you did that. All right, Calico. What happened? Let's see what happens if I do this. Oh, it's doing the fortune again. Your fortune is shifted, unfortunately.
If you're green, you can't run away.
Well, this is your fate now. I'm sorry I've shifted your fate inadvertently. There's the scenery shift. The queue got stuck is what happened. Okay, now where's the pet? What if I press this again? Nothing. The future has changed. The future returned to change. What if I press this? Is there anything stuck in here? Is there anything stuck in here? Is there anything stuck in here? Green. YouTube chat also gets turned green by this, by the way. Well, the queue got stuck, so Calico didn't get pet, apparently. Let me just... I think it should work again. But we're green now. Because we've been placed here, and we can be. We've already helped protect the city. Calico has been pet. Alright. Everything is in working order now. Actually, our goal was to ascertain the present state of the Mist Continent. The whole continent? You come from across the sea? Not exactly. We've actually come from Alexandria. Alexandria? Are you quite sure? No, sorry, of course you're sure. It would be rude of me to doubt you. Thank you for betting Calico. It's just not every day that we get visitors, let alone from a nation that up and vanished. I know that it must come as something of a shock, but this is our first time in Treno, and we should like to get to know the city and its people. That is why we proposed lending a hand to those in need. Another fortune. Let's hope it doesn't break this time. A blessing for you. I think I should avoid pressing additional
Seek out the
buttons
one
during
who
the
thinks
fortunes.
of you.
I think that's the issue. Seek out the one who thinks of you. And another pet for Calico. The pets are piling on. Everyone's racing to pet the funny cat orb. I see. In that case, why don't you help distribute this remedy to the rest of our people? Ordinarily, everyone would have already come for a cup, but the fiends made quite a mess this time. Might be a while before some can step away from their work. Never fear, though. Even if their hands are busy, they'll be more than happy to spare a few words for fascinating folks from afar. We would appreciate that. Thank you, Lummel. You're the ones doing me a favor, honestly. Here, take this batch. I'll deliver some to the town hall, so you can attend to areas you haven't seen yet. Leave it to me. Can we get a spare one to feed to Aloperate? I think that'd be very funny. Remember that time they had a lemon? Anyway. Like Miali, Lummel seems taken aback by mention of Alexandria. Perhaps they had friends or loved ones who disappeared along with it. If we split up, we can spend more time speaking with the locals while ensuring everyone receives the remedy promptly. Could you each take a portion? Rest assured that I can handle pouring liquid into a cup. Sucro rude option moments. Of course. I too should be glad to dole out a few servings. Wonderful. Let me divide this up. Sucro, why don't you make rounds of the southern part of the city? Raha and I shall tend to the north. Right, let's go and acquire some insights. Yep, I was semi-correct in that it would tell me to go this direction. Dauntless Laborer. He must be one of those visitors Lummel mentioned. Odd place to be visiting, though. A grounding herbal remedy formulated to ameliorate the effects of lightning exposure, guaranteed to free weary townsfolk of their torpor. Oh, you came to deliver the remedy. Thank you kindly. I was hauling beast carcasses in for processing and copped a good dose of discharged energy for my troubles. Brought on the Levin sickness, something fierce. Still, we don't go hunting outside the barrier, so we don't want to waste any part of the creatures that find their way in. Healths that are highly charged with lightning ether are the most valuable, of course. Down them with the right stuff, and you can turn them into protective clothing that keeps you from getting zapped. The beasts you felled will all be put to good use. Thanks again. Histories say that when large creatures broke through the barrier, our bravest fighters would launch themselves onto their backs with the trebuchet. We have you to thank for not needing to revive that tradition today. Huh. Got a trebuchet in here somewhere, huh? You're that mighty monster slayer I saw earlier. It's an honor. And you've brought Sleepless Rhapsody. Bless you. I'm dead on my feet after that battle. We don't usually have that many beasts breaking through at once. Practice keeps one's skills sharp, though, so in a way I'm glad for it. And I learned a thing or two from watching you. Oh, I can hardly wait to get to work on my grimoire. I have a number of ideas for improved geometries. The thoughtful application of new learning is what keeps our ancestors' magic alive and flourishing. Books mentioned. I feel like at some point I would have been able to pinpoint exactly what tome model this is, because I've used it before. Now I must face my true nemesis, circles! They're so hard to draw without making them all wobbly. Sucro has just made a new friend. There's a fresh face if I ever saw one. What's that in your hand? Fucking circles. Don't mind if I do. Safety inspections take priority, but the battle doesn't feel over till I've had a cup of Sleepless Rhapsody. Fortunately, no, we weren't pulling the girl who mastered numbers from PSO2. Arcanima in Final Fantasy XIV is a very geometrical means of spell casting, so Arcanima, summoning, scholar stuff. Geometries are very important with the arcane in general. We're not fighting with protractors and number mastery. Proud to say that I have some small part in preparing it too. The herbs come from my very own growery. Well, if you did make that joke before, I don't remember it, so you can make it again. One of the greatest discoveries of our time is that seeds carried in by invading creatures can be cultivated into remarkable plants. Plants with the potential to mitigate the lightning's effects. With as many hides as we have this time, not to mention stomachs, it's entirely possible we'll find new varieties of herbs among our harvest. Flowers around the city also sprouted from seeds that creatures carried in, so truth be told, I find it difficult to begrudge them their trespass. Huh. Very fascinating little, like, place going on here, and like way of living, relying on all the creatures that periodically invade your city. Finished with your supply of remedy as well, have you? I expect the scent will linger on our clothing for days. Oh, that's what you were smelling. For some reason I thought Lummel had like some very strong perfume. Between the three of us, we ought to have covered every area aside from Lummel's. One of the people I spoke with asked me to pass something along to him, but he hasn't returned yet. In the meantime, shall we discuss what we learned? It seems to be working out well for Treno.
Fascinating. I appreciate your thoroughness in recounting the details.
And yeah, absolutely. It sounds like something like a whole game would use as a premise.
I too learned much, as I helped to treat the injured's wounds. Malala's curative magics appear identical to Spheen's. This means that either her tutor was a Malala as well, or that the art had spread all throughout the Ninth.
That would make sense.
Then there are the
Arcanima
symbols
spread
and
throughout
tones,
the source.
which are highly reminiscent of Arcanima. If these elements indeed originated with the arcane geometries of the South Sea Isles, as in the source, 'tis curious that they have developed in so similar a manner on this shard.
Well, they specifically reference keeping their ancestors' traditions alive with spellcasting, so in a way it makes sense, potentially.
Mind you don't share that with any of the other graduates of the Faculty of the Arcane, lest they beat you to publication.
Did you learn aught of note, Raha?
I spoke with one of Treno's storekeepers about how they obtain their supplies. Though they are few and far between, other settlements yet exist on the Mist Continent, with a rail system facilitating the flow of goods between them. Unfortunately, barrier breaches trigger an emergency failsafe on the main line, so the train is presently stopped at a midway point until operations can resume. There are also maritime routes, but they see only occasional use. Often, as now, Treno must make do with what is to hand.
They must have re-recorded Graha's lines? Guess they used to sound different?
In addition to this constant state of scarcity, much of Treno's populace suffers from Levin sickness, not to mention the frequent attacks on the city and the resulting casualties. Yet everyone we've spoken with seems undaunted by these hardships. They are not only surviving, they are happy in spite of it all.
Where there is life, there is hope. And when one believes in a better future, a tomorrow even the slightest bit brighter than today, there is naught to be done but build it. Until stone by stone, a city rises.
Huh. I'd forgotten about
A noble
that.
city with noble purpose.
Forgotten about his actor being sick and all. And busy.
Is all the matter, Lummel?
I think I've dropped something and now I can't find it anywhere. I'm doomed.
Oh, is it this by chance? While I was distributing the remedy, I was asked to pass it along to you.
Yes! That's it! Yes! I'm not doomed.
Is that a tracking device?
You've a keen eye for technology. This thing picks up on the ether of the creatures that get through the barrier.
That explains how you knew when they'd been vanquished.
Exactly. It shouldn't show anything now, but I can switch it on like so.
Unless it's broken, which is a major problem. Okay. This is good. Uh-oh.
No, 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 no! She's going to kill me!
It's comedy time.
Say, how'd you like to meet my sister Ayane? She's an electro engineer, so she knows all sorts of interesting stuff.
I take it she also built that device.
Oh yes, that's my sister. She's a genius. Everyone says so. And she won't kill me in front of other people. Probably. I mean, wouldn't it be interesting to watch her work? Maybe you can even help. It'd be, you know, edifying? Please! I beg you! Please!
Alright. Love this guy. Definitely.
I suppose that's that then.
One wonders how fearsome this Ionite truly is. Ayeni? I already forgot how they pronounced it. Treno's barrier is similar in design to Alexandria's. Should we assume that electrope technology is standard here as well? Probably. At the moment, Ione should be waiting just past that park. Ione? Ione should be waiting just past that park. Let's be off before anyone changes their mind. Probably not gonna go for too much longer, because I haven't eaten dinner today. But I do want to meet whoever this is. Yeah, that makes sense. They match. Almost sweating rather profusely. Whenever we meet an engineer from some distant land, I can't help but wish to introduce them to our friends at the Ironworks. What a firestorm of questions there'd be. Ironworks mentioned. Breathe in. Breathe out. Well?
Ah, our visitors. Thanks for lending a hand earlier, but what brings you here? Lummel, what did you do?
She's great immediately. All right. It's only going to get better from here.
You know that, advanced monster tracking, what's it? It may be a teeny tiny bit,
You broke it again? How many times must I tell you that we're running low on electrope? I'm an engineer, not a bloody miracle worker.
We can get you more electro. He's so sad. What?
I beg your forgiveness. I'm on my knees and everything. See?
Okay. Pulling a bit of a Mega Man 11 there. With your extreme, with your like speed gear groveling that Wily does that one time. Advanced tactics, indeed.
And since we have guests, can't you let it slide? Just this once?
He dragged you here just so I wouldn't tan his hide, didn't he? You'd never believe he's the elder sibling. I'm so sorry.
Please, don't be. We're glad for the opportunity to meet you.
He just stood up and like wandered over like it was chill.
We could assist with.
There are guests, Lummel, not servants. Must we have the manners talk again?
Please don't misunderstand. We asked to help, that we might learn what life is like in Treno. And with your expertise, we also hoped you could tell us more of how the city utilizes electrope.
If that's the way of it, then I'd be happy to share what I know.
When you spoke earlier, it sounded as if Treno had little electrope to spare. It's difficult to procure, I take it.
We never have as much as we need. And much of what we do have is repurposed. But you'll find me digging through the scrap heap whenever some vital device or another breaks down. Repairing that old barrier should be our highest priority. But we just don't have enough electrope on hand to do a proper job.
And the longer we go without access to the mine, the worse it'll get. If only we could scare those beasts away.
Did we not pass through a mine on the way here?
Indeed, and it should be clear of the hazards now, or and it took care of the beasts in one fell swoop. Would Sukuro say I? I feel like she wouldn't. She'd probably say indeed. Or yup. Yeah, I think we cleared it out pretty good. Is probably what she'd say.
You got rid of them? Just like that?
So, the mine is safe for mining again? Hooray!
Goobers, both of them.
Leave the mining to your big brother. All you have to do is fix the tracker.
Yes, very well. If you go, do be careful. And once you get the machinery up and running, make sure to send some electrope over to the barrier service station.
Though we've cleared the mine, there is no telling what else waits outside the barrier. Shall I accompany you?
I'm so glad you asked. Seriously, I don't know what I'd do if I'd had to go alone.
I think I cut that off early.
Pass through, but recently, I expect Raha can keep him safe without our help. In the meantime, shall we assist Ayane with her repair work?
Ayane. Right. Now here's the question. How does one get back to Treno if you leave it? This is something I need to know, probably. It put one in mind of another pair of siblings we know, don't they? Yeah. Because I think that's probably a good spot to call it for now. Talk to someone by Leno Nemo. Probably a good spot to stop. We've been going for a little over 4 hours, and I need to eat the leftovers of a sandwich that I ordered yesterday. Or else I will die. So, thank you all for watching this sort of impromptu stream. Aya, I hope this helps your mood after your internet collapsed about 500 times. And next time I stream, there will be more Final Fantasy XIV 7.4 main story. See if I can establish how to get back here. I've heard that the plague of it being very hot is happening everywhere. Oh, geez, it's so bright here now. I like flinched away from my computer. Okay, so yeah, it's just like, okay, living memory restored at real daytime. A bit of a flashbang. Sphene, can you install Flux in the Meso terminal? Maybe? Is that within your power? Do we have that ability? Anyway, thank you all for watching. We will get back to more Final Fantasy XIV sometime in the future, hopefully not too long. But at least no one's bleeding on the floor this time, so it's okay to take a break.
I'll be examining this.
Me too, Barry. Me too. Yeah, I do like that part. Let's see if there's any funny things from the retainers before we leave. Got a book. Got a good old Burt Gang. Augmented Lunar Envoy Serpent of Caston. Classic. And Zormor Sickle. I can put that in the armoire. Wow. Yippee. Anyway. Again, thank you all for watching. I hope to be able to stream more often. 2 this week. That's impressive considering my recent track record. Ugh.
To the stars. Perambulation. Within madness lies the truth. An overhead throw.
All of this is
destroy.
I was wondering if someone would get in a last second redeem because that does mean Calico can level up. Let's see what happens this time. I need to update her stats on the website. What do you got?
I feel a strong power.
Impatient athlete of the Scarlet Rot. Her speed, magic, and hit points have increased, and she's become poison type. Uh-oh. Maybe that's why we're so green right now. Well, alright then. Calico is now poison. And I'm also green because the Scarlet Rot spreads. And now I will die. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'm alive! Good night.